And welcome into Ellis Park on this Sunday of racing here in Henderson, Kentucky, as we continue with Heroes Weekend at the park. We also honor our heroes, of course, throughout our country, and we also honor one of our own with Jeff Hall, the Memorial Stakes, later on today on our 9-race card, a competitive card at that, certainly one to play along with, and lots of opportunities to do so. We talk about the early pick 5, early pick 4, late pick 5, late pick 4, and of course the new wager offered here at Ellis Park, which is the $3 all-turf pick 3. Excellent conditions for racing here today. As you can see, not a cloud in the sky, fast and firm on those surfaces, weather at 83 degrees and clear, like I said, and a nice breeze too, as you can see it billowing through my hair. 11 miles per hour there, so perfect conditions for racing. Of course, we are having our morning racing first post at 10:30 a.m. to accommodate for the heat, for the benefit of our horsemen and the horses, and of course the fans here at Ellis Park as well. Take you through the card today, those 9 races, and my voice not the only one that you will hear. You will also hear my partner in crime, Jimmy McNerney, the track announcer and expert handicapper at the track. Jimmy, good morning.
Good morning, Megan. How are you down there?
I am doing fine. I'm in a nice little breeze here, so staying cool at the moment until we go over to the paddock, but excited about the day of racing. Yesterday was an excellent day, I thought, with the results, some really good value, and today's card, man, I had a hard time finding a single throughout.
Yeah, I think of the 3 cards this weekend, today is probably the hardest one, and we did put them on some winners over the past couple of days, and no switch to the trends as the Johnny Ortiz barn and the Brittany Vandenberg barn both this week with wins. And in fact, it seems like when one of them wins, the other one wins the other day. They're in a battle there for the leading top trainer honors. But pretty formful start. I thought there was some value in some horses yesterday. And you spoke on that all-turf pick 3, that new wager. The 3 times we've had at this meet, it's paid pretty good. I think the first time was nearly $1,200, then $600. And yesterday it was just shy of $2,000 on a ticket that really wasn't all that hard to hit. So I'm looking forward to playing that today. And of course, like you said, I'm really excited about the Jeff Hall Stakes, and I'm glad Ellis Park has chose to honor such a great man. Yeah, certainly so. We will see 9 winners also enter the Jeff Hall Winner's Circle, which is now named after him as well. Race number 1, getting to that, an allowance event for $61,000. Non-winners of 1 other than a 1 1/8. We start things out on the grass again, fast and firm today. Jimmy, I found myself on the 7, 3, and the 4. The 7 needs a little bit of pace, I think, but certainly seems like one of the horses that's the classiest in the field. And then you have a few coming off a layoff. Where'd you land? Are you peeking at my program again?
We have to stop doing this.
Those are my top 2 horses at 7 and 3, and I have one thing written in this first race, and it's underneath the 7, needs pace to chase. But I think Chris is a very tactical rider and really smart, and he'll be able to sense, if he needs to be a little bit closer to Pounce and Kick It. Exits at second place finish, just missed against Choctaw Bingo, who I think is riding a 4-race win streak up in Indiana for trainer Ray Hernandez. But I liked her a little better than the 3, the obvious horse. I just thought the 3 maybe overbet a little bit for me. She's coming out of a really good race where that winner came back and won again, and won a very good race after that. And then I went for Cherie DeVoe down toward the inside with Treasure of War. Now this one broke the maiden on the dirt. I don't think the dirt is the preferred surface probably for this one, so I'm excited to see this horse back on the turf. And 6-1 for Cherie DeVoe in a turf race at Ellis is almost unheard of. So I'm gonna go after that. Yeah, certainly. So that's a good race as well, because I think there's some legitimate excuses, like you mentioned, your 1 horse not being able to be on the grass. For the 7 horse, that bad 4th effort 2 back came after a year layoff. And interestingly enough too, I'll talk about this in the paddock as well with looking at horses' fitness. The 4 horse in here, She's Gone, actually had a workout just 3 days ago at Keeneland. Typically horses work about 6 days to a week out, and then race obviously on kind of a monthly basis, maybe a little bit shorter than that. But She's Gone, I mean, this horse should be keen here today with just 3 days ago at Keeneland. Yeah, she's 8-1 on the morning line. Vicky Oliver had a winner on the card yesterday for Watts Humphrey Jr. And the horses are always ready to fire here. And I don't know why the work was so close. There are some new rules where you have to, if you're off so long, you have to have a workout, for the veterinarian. So that may have been the case for that one. If I had to guess, that probably was in fact the the reasoning for it being so short. Sometimes you'll see a 3 furlong work that short or something. They want to put some speed in the horse, and
Right.
maybe with a race like this, it's not loaded with abundance of speed. It might be beneficial.
Certainly so. All right, let's move along to race number 2, claiming event for fillies and mares. 3 years old End Up, which have never won 3 races or straight 3-year-old fillies. You do have a scratch here of the 1 horse. We're going to go to the dirt course, 7 furlongs the distance. Jimmy, I went 7-4-2. Am I copying you again?
No, I covered up my paper. I knew you were cheating this race, so I do like a couple of those horses. I ended up putting Glashaw's horse on top to the outside, the 8 Nana's Gray. I like the post position draw at this distance. And first off, the claim here, Glashaw always does well, and his barn over the years he's brought along several horses out of claiming races and made him stakes winners. So taking nothing away from Joe Sharp, obviously he's a very, very good trainer. But I think Tim Glashaw has this horse in an okay spot coming back off the claim. Was claimed for the $20,000 out of that non-3 race, is in for a non-3 or a 3-year-old. So she's in against horses that sometimes are, I guess in here is a little bit older than her, but she has won that condition that maybe, I like when horses, 3-year-olds at this time of the year start to face older horses that, if they haven't won their second, third race by the time they're 4 and 5, maybe they're not so great. So I'm going for Nana's Gray for those reasons. And I just thought the horse is well drawn to the outside, has a little bit of speed. There is speed to the inside, but Corrales is vying for leading rider. He seems to have picked up riding this track very well, so I'm going to use that on top. Then I do like your 7, and I'll throw in the 5 Sweet Confusion for a slice at a decent price.
There you go. Race number 3, a maiden special weight for maidens 3 years old End Up. Of course, the maiden special weight races brought to us by Run Happy here. A 1.125 back on the turf course. And Jimmy, I don't know if you noticed this. You probably did because you are a savvy pedigree guy, but we have siblings in this race, half siblings. The 2 and the 4 have the same mama, and they are going to go head-to-head here, so you better be ready for that stretch duel.
Yeah, Carnival Kitten, and both of those horses seem to have a chance in here. The one 6-1 with Chaminade, who's riding very well. Brendan Walsh is a conditioner now. The horse is coming off a layoff, but we've already seen this week once where Brendan's had a horse come off a layoff, had it ready to roll, and won at a decent price. And 1 1/8, I think it's plays into a hand of a trainer like Brendan Walsh or Chaminade. So I do like that horse as well. Bright Prospector McPeak's starting to heat up here at the meet. I will use this horse as well with Brian. And, this one I don't know has been a little bit unlucky. Probably still shouldn't be a maiden, but 4-1 in a McPeak maiden on the turf at Ellis. I want to be a part of that.
Yeah, especially trying turf for the first time for this horse as well, because he seems like he liked the synthetic at Turfway Park, and so hopefully that transition from the synthetic to the turf will be a little bit softer for him. But I'm right there with you. I had 4-2-7, and both the 4 and the 2 being from the same bloodlines are half to Channel Cat, who made $1.4 million, and that included the Grade 1 Man of War on turf and other really, really nice turf races. So I think certainly this type of a race sets up for both those horses. And you mentioned already Brendan Walsh, really, really savvy, especially at bringing horses back after that extended layoff. So I think that they've got a solid chance. And like I said, I'm just hoping for a good race call stretch duel from you.
I'll do my best.
Race number 4, maiden claimers, $30,000, 1 mile the distance on the main track here. We did have a scratch of the 12 in this spot, which for me was really important because my top selections were 9, 8, 12. So I am going to be 9, 8, 1 with that scratch. So do note that. We'll change that in the graphics as soon as possible. But this is the start of a 50-cent pick 3 if you'd like to get involved here. I just thought lead actor with John Ortiz, Jimmy, you mentioned already, Ray Lu Gutierrez getting aboard here for that barn. The dropping class from maiden special weight to maiden claiming, the times that this horse has been working at the Thoroughbred Training Center. You spoke on that center yesterday and how that might translate. He seems like a horse that's well spotted here. And again, Johnny Ortiz said, I'm here to win the trainer title, and he has certainly come to play.
It looks like he has a huge chance right now. If you could get even money on him in Vegas to be leading trainer here, you better take it. All the reasons you said, number 9, lead actor, my top choice as well. In fact, our top 2 choices are the same. I was tempted to single this horse just off the drop-in class, and that was a really good, decent race with Mean Jakey there. Some of those horses came back and won the subsequent 1Xs. Now, drops in class, had a little bit of an excuse you'll see in the short comments, bothered off, slow, 5 wide. If you go and watched the replay, the horse did, in fact, really have a rough trip on debut. Took a little bit of money, but 9-2 for me. I'm going to take the horse. I'm not probably going to single. I might add a little bit of coverage, but I do like the 8 Can't Hush This for Amos, and dropping in class off that performance at Indiana Downs. And those Indiana Downs races, those maiden special weights, aren't that easy anymore. It's not like it was several years ago. It's really a tough place to win at now, and you have to really, you can't bring those $20,000-$30,000 claims from Churchill and win those straight maidens anymore like you used to. So coming out of a good race, Tom drops in class. We spoke already at the meet about how he knows how to enter, and he has this horse well spotted. I'll add in Chris Hartman, another guy who's very good with a racehorse, and first off the claim here at 5-1 the 10.
Some nice value there. Race number 5 at Ellis Park, an important race here. They all are, but this one starts the 50-cent pick 5 and that $3 all-turf pick 3. We go to the turf here, the 1 mile distance. You can see a few scratches just on the outside, though, the 13 through 16, I believe. I went with the 1, 2, 3 for my top 3 selections, but I honestly could have added in the 12, 11, and the 8, which I might try to do on some tickets or some wagers if I'm playing this race individually. But certainly you talked about Kenny McPeak. I've got 2 of his horses selected there, and Brendan Walsh. I think that the fact that Mayfield Strong had it out already, I certainly like that. I like the experience versus a lot of those first-time starters, but you've got some good breeding for both the dirt and the turf with Mamba Forever, so going to include that one. And then Mendelssohn Joy, we saw Mendelssohn, a first crop sire, get his first North American winner here at the meet just a couple of weeks ago, and this is a horse who obviously was slated for the turf course, going to get that extra distance, which based off of the performance on debut, I certainly think he's going to appreciate, Jimmy.
Yeah, I agree. As you can see on the screen there on the graphic, we agree again. McPeak's made me. I've used him, but I've really pounded a couple of horses this meet where he's had another one in the race, and I went for the Brian's got the better horse. Corey, Brian had his choice, and Corey won twice. So I'm using them both here, and I do like Mamba Forever. You spoke of a first crop sire West Coast. Now the Dam has 3 wins from 3 starters. I do like that horse. I'm going to use the horse along with the 3 and the 1, like you said, for the same reasons. And if I'm playing the pick 5 or the all-turf pick 3, I want coverage. I'm going to add a couple more horses in here. You spoke about the 11. I think you need to probably add the 8 from the Ortiz barn. Also, number 7, Oscar Eclipse is one that I like, and I'm going to watch the tote board on this one, and I'll be interested to see what you say, how he looks in the paddock, because I do like the pedigree on this one. Has a kind of sneaky suspicion series of works here where I kind of like the horse. So I'm going to watch the tote board and see, and listen to you, and then I'll take a look at him in post parade as well, see how he's handling things. But those are probably the ones I'll use and try to get through this pick 5 and pick 3.
I'm glad you mentioned that 7 horse, because that was one I didn't include off the bat, but there's always a horse when you're handicapping that you just keep looking at and you talk yourself off of, but you keep coming back to, and that was the 7 horse for me. So now that you've said that you like it, I'll probably add it in on my tickets there and give it a nice strong look in the paddock, because it's just that way sometimes. Race number 6, we move along to an allowance optional claiming event. This one a mile distance on the main track. You can see a scratch of the 3 and the 6. Jimmy, I am going to go against your 5-2 favorite. I had him in that 3rd slot, but I'm going to try to beat this horse with the 1 Ethical Judgment at 8-1, and also the 10 horse I liked, who is not on the screen at the moment. Yeah, so that there's more horses that are just on this graphic, but who'd you like?
Well, Ethical Judgments makes sense. Has a start since off the layoff and ran okay, showed speed and stopped, so you would expect that horse to move forward off that race, and 8-1. That's a good play. I did like the 10 as my top pick, Wake, and you spoke about that one, 7-2. Talamo up for Maker. Now this one just ran them off their feet at Churchill in the last race in that first level allowance race, and I like this horse, and I thought the public would get on Happy Jack a little bit more, just because of his back form in those Triple Crown races and all those graded stake races, and took a little bit of action when he won at Churchill, and I expect them to be back on him. Doug O'Neill and Calumet usually take some action here at Ellis, so I'm going to use that horse in my ticket. Then Briefcase Bully I thought was one I found a little bit interesting, and is 9-2 from the barn of Cherie DeVoe.
Happy Jack, the 5 horse you mentioned, I had kind of the same thought process. The public was going to jump on this one. 2 works back, actually. This horse worked 5 furlongs in 1:05, and I wrote, what?
That was 1 second faster than I worked that.
Yeah, exactly. exactly. But then sharpened back up for 5 furlongs and 59 and 2. So that was a little bit better. But I just wonder if this horse doesn't want to go the distance of a mile. I really liked him at 6 furlongs. He was okay at 7 furlongs as well. But I don't know. Either this distance is going to be what he's been begging for the whole time, or I almost wonder if he's maybe just a little bit more of a sprinter than what they had thought. So
maybe a unique mile race like this one, where you're going to, a turn and a half instead of 2 turns. Maybe he's not a complete 2-turn horse, and this might be something he's been looking for, like you said.
Exactly. Yeah, that configuration definitely comes into play. All right, race number 7 at Ellis Park, 1 mile on the turf, starter allowance rather, for $30,000. 1 mile on the grass there. I thought this was a pretty tough event. In fact, I went 10, 2, and 3. Who'd you like?
Yeah, in here, I like number 9, Randello. Randello from the barn of Mike Maker, and Gerardo Corrales has a call in Randello. This one is 3-1 on the morning line, is being claimed, was claimed, in fact, last time for 16, but comes in as a starter allowance, where this race is written for horses that started for 30,000 or less, but have never won a race other than the maiden. They're claiming, and it looks like if Mike Maker was writing a condition book, this is a race he would write for this horse, and has the horse well spotted. Is really has won the most races of anybody in the field, with exception of the 10. He's won 3 races. Seems to be in good form, and I like that horse in here. Number 7, Policy Option, is one that's 8-1 on the morning line, and this one I think will get a little bit of pace to chase, and should it get too hot up top, I think this horse will come rolling, and the horse has made over 82,000 on the turf, and I'm going to add that one along with the 10, Courageously, from the Hartman barn, a 3-time winner on the turf.
Yeah, only 9 horses showed on that graphic there, but do note there are actually 12 horses in this race, with both the 1 and 1A included. Race number 8, we get to the Jeff Hall Memorial Stakes, the first running of that. Jeff Hall, one of our own, who we unfortunately lost before this meet began, but we want to honor him, of course, with the Jeff Hall Winner's Circle and this race here today on Heroes Weekend. 6.5 furlongs on the dirt. A big scratch, I thought, of the 4 horse in here, Knee Deep in Snow, who I actually had as my top selection. But 5, 1, and 8 was where I landed after that, with Bango for the Greg Foley barn. Did the 4 make it into your top selections? Were you disappointed about that as well, Jimmy?
Yeah, absolutely he did. And, I had to go back and scramble and redo it. I ended up putting Necker Island on top in this race, 2-1 from the Hartman barn. Now, there isn't a lot of speed in here, so I might change things for him a little bit now with Knee Deep in Snow out. But Necker Island I'm going to use on top. I will use the 9 Robo-Man at 12-1 for Lacey Pierce. I thought this one might get ignored at the tote board just from the connections, and the horse being off so long came back and ran a bang-up race in behind Necker Island. Was 6th, only beaten 5 lengths. Was bumped around and jostled around. You figure had to probably need that one coming off that long respite. Was being prepared at high point, and now it's coming off a little quicker than I like rest off that long layoff, coming back in just 3 weeks. But I think the horse is well spotted in here. Would take the 4 out of here. Anybody can run underneath. And Bango is one I'll use. I think Bango is looking for a spot probably to come back and try to get a little confidence back in the horse. It seems to be, according to his form, that wasn't his best race last time. And in fact, out of his last 4, he just doesn't seem to. I know he won a $200,000 stake last time, but I don't think he's the horse he used to be. And maybe a race like this, can be a confidence builder.
Yeah, absolutely. That gets us to race number 9, the final race of the day, a maiden special weight for $60,000, sponsored by Run Happy. 1 mile on the turf course there. You can see a really good size field of horses, which is always tough when you're playing those multi-race sequences to end it with, possibly a few horses on your ticket. I went 9, 1, 10. Jimmy, who'd you like?
Exact 3 horses I have written
down. Well, there
9,
you
1,
go.
and 10. So, Badge at 5-1 for Paulo Loba. I love this horse. I think as long as it jumps well, should be able to dictate terms up top. And then to the one, Hair to Greatness from the Al Stall barn is my second choice. And then the morning line favorite, American Mayhem, for the show money, 9, 1, 10.
There you go. All right, Jimmy, well, you and I on many of the same horses. Best of luck to you and me, since we will live and die by the same picks here today. But enjoy Heroes Weekend and, of course, the Jeff Hall Memorial Stakes. We'll talk to you in just a little bit. Best of luck here at Ellis. We have 9 races on the card. Don't forget the first race, 10:30 a.m., the start for that. And we'll have the fabulous stakes race coming up later. Fast and firm conditions for you today. And be sure to play along with that all-turf pick 3. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I ask that you please rise. Direct your attention to the infield where we welcome in the Henderson American Legion Post 40 Honor Guard, here to present our colors and followed up by our nation's anthem. Thank you. The Henderson American Legion Post 40 Honor Guard here on hand to present our nation's colors on day 3 of Heroes Weekend here at the track. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you into the track today here on Run Happy Dollar Days at the track, day 3 of Heroes Weekend as well. And of course, Dollar Days here at the track, we offer $2 beers, $1 hot dogs, and $1 popcorn as well here at the track. Wonderful day of racing here today. 9 races on the card in the featured race. Our stakes event will go as race number 8 with an approximate post of 146 Central, where we will recognize and memorialize and remember a friend of Ellis Park, Jeff Hall, as we name the stake event in his honor. That goes as race 8. But at this time, if you'll take out your racing programs, we'll go over today's late program changes. Again, 9 races on the card. We are fast and firm. Turf rail set to 0. Race 1 starts at pick 5. No changes there. If you turn your programs to race number 2, there is a scratch of the 1 Beverly's Charge. Number 1 Beverly's Charge has been withdrawn in the second race, which starts at 50-cent pick 4. The third race, sponsored by Run Happy, there is a equipment change. Apparently for the 7 Bright Prospector. But it says no blinkers, but he hasn't ran blinkers according to his program. So we'll figure out what that is here, and I'll get back with you on that as we turn to the fourth race. Fourth race, named for the Winslow Eagles 2646 in memory of Joel Rubble. And in that race, scratch number 3, Port Royal. Number 3, Port Royal has been scratched. Also scratched the 12, Thatch. So fourth race, scratch numbers 3 and 12. Fifth race is sponsored by Run Happy. It starts the late pick 5 and the all-turf $3 pick 3. The only changes we have thus far, just scratch the also eligible. Scratch number 13, Drama Critic. Number 14, He's More Than Ready. Number 15, Augustus Blue. Number 16, Dust Storm. Numbers 13, 14, 15, 16, scratch from the 5th. The sixth race starts the 50-cent late pick 4, where we'll have a presentation in there with the Reddish Brothers Farm here for that presentation in the sixth race. In that race, there are 2 changes, 2 of them scratches. Number 3, Frosted Grace is a late scratch, and also scratch the 6, Big Lake. So sixth race, scratch numbers 3 and 6. In the seventh race, scratch part of the entry, number 1, Iron Man Richie. Number 1, Iron Man Richie has been scratched. Scratch number 4, Eye of the Cat. And scratch the 8, Epimithium. So 1, 4, 8 scratched from the 7th. 8th race, the first edition of the Jeff Hall Memorial Stakes, $75,000 stake event to go 6.5 furlongs. There are 3 scratches in here. Scratch number 4, Knee Deep in Snow. Scratch number 6, Huey Attack. And scratch number 13, Maniwa. Number 4, 6, and 13 are all scratch from the Jeff Hall. 9th and final race is sponsored by Run Happy. Be aware that number 3, Kentucky Mist, will take the blinkers off. Again, equipment change on the 3, Kentucky Mist. Those blinkers will come off. Scratch number 4, Kalakua. Kalakua scratch number 4 in the 9th. Jockey change for the 13, who is drawn in off the also. Shipman, make the rider Edgar Morales. Number 13, Shipman is in. Change of jockey to Edgar Morales. Scratch the 14, Kansas Comet. Scratch the 15, Autopolis. So numbers 4, 14, 15 all scratch from the 9th and final. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those are the changes at this time. Any additional changes coming in throughout the balance of this 9-race program, I will get those to you as they do so. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. Turf rail set to 0 here with a 10:30 Central post in just 14 minutes. And also like to remind you, race fans, that here at the track next Sunday, the 31st, is HBPA College Day at the races, a very popular event back here next Sunday at the track. We'll give out 9 $1,000 scholarships and 9 packages of an iPad and AirPods. Plus, Ellis Park HBPA College Day ball caps will be given out to the first 300 full-time students to register. Students of all ages, including incoming freshmen at 2 and both 4-year programs, plus trade and technical schools, Barber College, etc. All of you guys are eligible. Last drawing is reserved for students who are currently employed in the horse racing industry or whose parents are employed in the industry, whether it's the backside or the front side. Next Sunday, mark your calendars. Come on out, kids. The HBPA College Day giveaway, popular event here next week.
As we start the day here at Ellis Park to celebrate Heroes Weekend, we start things off in race number 1 of our 9-race card. We head to the turf course here. We've got a long distance race, 1 mile and an eighth on the grass, which is listed as firm, an allowance event for the ladies. Top picks for me for this race, 7, 3, and 4 was where I landed after looking at the form and certainly looking in the paddock as well. I think the 7 horse is the one to beat. Both Jimmy and I on this entry thinking as long as this horse has a little bit of pace to run at, she's definitely the one to beat based off her past performances. She's run some very, very good second place efforts in some big spots. She's got a win at Churchill Downs, and I think there was a logical excuse to back. She finished 4th, beaten by 6 lengths. It was a little bit of an effort that was, I think, unusual for her because she does seem to be a type that's really, really consistent and tries hard every time, but she was coming off of a year layoff. I think she just needed the race, needed the fitness to come back here. And last time out, she was so game. She just lost that race by a neck. So I think today, as long as she's got a target in front of her, which I think there's a few fillies in here that may want the lead, she should be really, really handy here today for Chris Landeros and Ian Wilkes, who does very well bringing these horses here fit as a fiddle. The 3 horse is Lucy's Cakes Fly, this one for Mike Maker. Ran into a very good entry last time. Horse that won that race, Ocean Road, ended up coming back to win its next start against Good Company. But this is a horse who comes off just a little bit of a freshening here. She hasn't raced since April of this year at Keeneland over the 1 mile and an eighth distance. And yes, she did finish 5th that day, but only lost by 2 lengths. It was still a pretty good effort for her. She's had some very good turf races. I'd say the only real bad career races for her was her start at Gulfstream Park, where she had a 7.5 for a long distance to contend with. I think she just needed to kind of put it together. And then also a race on the synthetic, which she clearly didn't take to. Looking at her here in the paddock, they have kind of hosed her down a little bit because it's so hot out today, but coming off that layoff, and again, it's just a couple of months for her, she's not carrying an extra ounce of condition here. She is very, very fit, very tucked up for the Mike Maker barn, and Joe Talamo gets the ride here today. So this is a horse that has had some speed in her prior races. In fact, she's led before, but I think if she had her choice, she'd probably just sit off of it. But she does look like the horse that could be the controlling speed of this shorter field. The 4 horses she's gone for Vicky Oliver. Took a look at this one in the paddock as well, because this is a horse that has been racing consistently since April of this year. Comes off of a win last time. She graduated from Maiden Special Weight Company at Indiana. She's another one that needed to save some ground, but she had a workout just 3 days ago at Keeneland, 4 furlongs in 59 flat. Some nice turf breeding here. The dam was a 2-time Grade 2 winner on the grass at Del Mar, made over $400,000, so there's some nice bloodlines there. But again, I think this race is going to come down to pace because there are so many horses that like to save ground. We're going a route of ground on the turf course. I would certainly give a look to Lucy's Cakes Fly. Like I mentioned, she's got some early speed. Twilight, the 5 horse, typically sits just off of it. And maybe you're going to see the 6 horse, Malibu Marley, be the leader, as this is a horse who has gone gate to wire before. In fact, the last race at Indiana, albeit on the main track dirt surface. Nice looking group of fillies and mares headed out to the track for race number 1 at Ellis Park to start off our 9-race card here on Heroes Weekend. Good luck.
Horses up at the track for the first of 9 here on a Sunday from Hendo. Race number 1, 1 mile and eighth on the turf, allowance event for the girls, which have not won a first allowance race. Again, it's a first level allowance race, not won a race other than maiden, claiming, or starter. Never won 2 races lifetime per $61,000. Field of 7 to go here. Again, you're reminded the turf course is firm. The turf rail set to 0. One play show, exacta, try super, kicks off a double, kicks off a pick 3, and starts the early pick 5, which has a pool of nearly 18,000 already with 6 minutes. Good luck. Just about set here for the opener. LA Ford up to the outside. They are at the post, and they are racing at Ellis. Good start for LA Fort. Also, Treasure of War jumped well as they race by us for the first time from between horses. Livy B now out to set the pace as well. So Livy B to the outside of Treasure and War. They hook up. LA Fort has worked her way down to the two path as they head over to the turn. She is third. And down toward the inside, Lucy's Cakes Fly is covered up by that one. Then two deep, there is Twilight. Even further out, really headstrong is Malibu Marley. And that puts She's Gone into the last in trailing position. But they cluster up, so not much pace on here as they work around the turn with 6 furlongs to go. In fact, now the quarter up, it was slow, 25 seconds flat. Well, that will send Malibu Marley up to the challenge the pace with Treasure of War and Livy B. Those three across the course, a length in front of Lucy's Cakes Fly, who watches proceedings from fourth. LA Fort is in hand from a fifth with about 4 lengths to gain as they head up the backside just outside the half-mile stage. The field covered by about 8 lengths now. Malibu Marley could wait no more. She goes in the far turn with that early move by a length and a half. Livy B let her go there from second. Treasure of War third. Lucy Cakes Fly is fourth. Twilight is committed to go about 4 wide there from fifth. LA Fort is second last, but tracking well. She's Gone is last. Rounding the turn, 3/4, 12-1. They picked it up just a touch with a quarter to go. And up top, it is Malibu Marley, but now up the inside, regaining momentum. There is Treasure of War in 3 deep. Livy B, rather. Now up the inside, it's go time for LA Fort. 1 furlong to go, and Treasure of War is still there, but LA Fort is lunging up to the outside. Treasure of War shaking up. LA Fort coming to her to the outside, late on the scene. She's Gone from last. Photo! A blanket 3-horse photo. Treasure of War was there, then it was LA Fort, and up the inside, She's Gone in the opener from Ellis in 1:47 and 3. Photo finish here in race 1. The first of 9 at Ellis Park ends in a blanket 3-horse photo. Result of the photograph, number 1 did hold 7-1 on Treasure of War. Posted as your unofficial winner. Second 7, LA Fort. Third, number 4, She's Gone. And fourth 6, Malibu Marley. 1746. Into the winner's circle. Number 1, Treasure of War, and a heady ride by Adam Beskica. Gets the job done here at 7-1. A 3-year-old dark bear brown daughter by Declaration of War out of the Donnerell Court mare named Dora Dora. The winner is owned by Victory Racing Partners of Anthony Bortolo. Cherie DeVoe, the winning trainer, and Adam Beskica, the winning jockey. Treasure of War now 2 straight. She broke her maiden on the sloppy surface and gets back to the turf here and goes off 7-1 and gets paid in 147.73 seconds. Treasure of War, $17.36 to win, $4.72 in the middle, and $4.04 for the show money. Exacta, healthy $25.68 for a $1 exacta. The 50-cent try, $65.86. Dime Super, $78.93. Up next, the second race in 22 minutes. Race number 2, scratch the 1, Beverly's Charge. Number 1, Beverly's Charge, scratch from the second race, starts at pick 4. Will go 7 furlongs on a fast main. Good luck. LA Ford up to the outside. They are at the post, and they are racing at Ellis. Good start for LA Fort. Also, Treasure of War jumped well as they race by us for the first time from between horses. Livy B now out to set the pace as well. So Livy B to the outside of Treasure and War. They hook up. LA Fort has worked her way down to the 2 path as they head over to the turn. She is third. And down toward the inside, Lucy's Cakes Fly is covered up by that one. Then 2 deep, there is Twilight. Even further out, really headstrong is Malibu Marley. And that puts She's Gone into the last in trailing position. But they cluster up, so not much pace on here as they work around the turn with 6 furlongs to go. In fact, now the quarter up, it was slow, 25 seconds flat. Well, that will send up Malibu Marley up to the challenge the pace with Treasure of War and Livy B. Those 3 across the course, a length in front of Lucy's Cakes Fly, who watches proceedings from 4th. LA Fort is in hand from 5th with about 4 lengths to gain as they head up the backside just outside the half-mile stage. The field covered by about 8 lengths now. Malibu Marley could wait no more. She goes in the far turn with that early move by a length and a half. Livy B let her go there from 2nd. Treasure of War 3rd. Lucy Cakes Fly is 4th. Twilight is committed to go about 4 wide there from 5th. LA Fort is 2nd last, but tracking well. She's Gone is last. Rounding the turn, 3/4, 12-1. They picked it up just a touch with a quarter to go. And up top, it is Malibu Marley, but now up the inside, regaining momentum. There is Treasure of War in 3 deep. Livy B, now up the inside. It's go time for LA Fort. 1 furlong to go, and Treasure of War is still there, but LA Fort is lunging up to the outside. Treasure of War shaking up. LA Fort coming to her to the outside, late on the scene. She's Gone from last. Photo! A blanket 3-horse photo. Treasure of War was there, then it was LA Fort, and up the inside, She's Gone in the opener from Ellis in 147-3.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Day, retired Hall of Fame jockey and winner of 9 Triple Crown races throughout my career. Of the thousands of horses that I rode, 1989 Belmont winner Easy Goer will always stand out as my all-time favorite. So when I traded in my saddle for a golf cart, the choice was simple. A brand new Easy Go from my friends here at ACO Golf Carts. The folks at ACO will set you up with the exact cart you need, whether it be new or used, gas or electric. So when you're looking for a fantastic deal on a cart that runs like a finely tuned thoroughbred, make sure to stop by ACO Golf Carts on Morgan Avenue in Evansville, Indiana.
Like a stepfather to me. He was the heart and soul of Ellis Park. He loved the backside, he loved the front side. He did everything that he could to make things work for our live racing. I miss him every day. He was my right hand. I sure wish he was still here today.
Race number 2 coming up for you here, just 11 minutes away from post time, as we have a 7-furlong dirt race, a claiming event at that $30,000 claimers here. A nice field of horses. We do have the start of the early pick 4 here as well. That base wager is just 50 cents. Of course, you can play it for more if you'd like to, but it's one of my favorite races, or favorite bets rather, to play here on the card. Don't forget, later on we will have the late pick 5, late pick 4, and also that all turf pick 3. Well, let's get to the horses. The 7 walking around right now that you can see. That was my top selection when I was handicapping earlier. World of Wonder for Chris Hartman seems to have a little bit of speed. In fact, they did claim this horse last time, reached in at Churchill Downs over the 1-turn mile, which oftentimes lends itself nicely, I think, to 7-furlong races like this, because it is just that 1 turn over the route of ground. This is a horse who showed some speed. I think that was a much better tactic for her. She had run kind of flat when she wasn't asked to be involved earlier. But Chris Hartman, 22% first off the claim. So certainly a barn that does very well with that angle. Mitchell Merle gets aboard here. He's never ridden this horse before, but wins at 27% with this particular barn. I thought she looked very fit as she was walking around. She's certainly a bigger bodied filly, daughter of Liam's Map, and one that I think will suit this distance, although she hasn't gone the 7 furlongs before. They've kind of bounced her around between sprinting on the turf and also on the dirt course, going 6 furlongs, and most recently mile and a 16th races. So she seems like one, as long as she is able to keep up with some of that speed that she showed earlier, I think that she can certainly be a contender in here. Now the 4 horse, Catch Us If You Can, a 3-year-old rather, daughter of Practical Joke, also does have some early speed. Gabe Saez gets the call here. He rode this horse last time when trained by Brett Calhoun. Norm Cassie reached in, claimed this horse out of that race at Churchill Downs that was going 6 furlongs. As far as how she looks physically, she's quite a tall filly, kind of narrow in her body type, but I actually think more ground will be beneficial for her. She looks like one that should be able to cover a little bit more distance. She's been kept at 4.5, 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs as well, but she to me looks like one that might actually relish this type of a race here today. The Norm Cassie barn winning at a good clip for the year. They're at about 20% here, and hasn't had a winner at the Ellis Park meet thus far, but certainly is sending out a few competitive horses, and this is just week number 3. First off the claim, this barn wins at 13%, and I do think that she looks fit. They've worked her once since that last race on June 30th, on July 15th, 4 furlongs in 48-1. She doesn't seem like a filly that they've kept, at least for this barn. Obviously he's only had her for a short time now, but throughout her career, she hasn't been one that's had a lot of works. I think she's a filly that keeps herself pretty fit. She looks like that, at least from her body type, and you can see from her work tab as well. She's mostly gotten, I think, the fitness she needs from her racing, so she's certainly one that puts a lot into those efforts. Now the 2 horse is Mohe Lady, a daughter of Mohayman. This one trained by Wayne Lucas. Gonna draw the most inwardmost post here with the defection of the 1 horse. Renee Diaz is aboard, the bug rider, who's riding extremely well here for the meet, winning at 18%. This is a filly that certainly fits in here. She's also going to run first off the claim for Wayne Lucas. So a lot of new horses to these trainers that you see in this particular spot. But I thought that if I was going to round out my top 3 with somebody, she had some form earlier on in her career that I thought was okay. She actually, in fact, had a few races here at Ellis Park, including when she won her maiden race, a maiden claiming race here last summer, going 5.5 furlongs. They entered her in the Ellis Park debutante race. She was about 7-8 to 1 that day. Didn't do any good running, unfortunately, but I'm wondering if she does seem to like this surface, does like this track, if she'll be able to regain some of that prior form. So felt that she was one that needed to be included. Now, of course, the 8 horse is Nana's Gray. I'm going against a favorite in here. We'll see if that plays in my favor or not. But Gerardo Corrales gets aboard for Tim Gleishaw. Again, another one, first off the claim. Reached in last time at Churchill Downs over the 7 furlong race at the $20,000 claiming level. This horse won by a head that day. Also seems to have some early tactical foot, can sit off the pace if need be. I wouldn't necessarily call this filly a need the lead type, but she was impressive here in the paddock. She's a beautiful gray daughter of Creative Cause, well muscled for the Tim Gleishaw barn, who's only sent out 1 runner thus far, 0 for 1, but Tim winning at 18% on the year, so having actually a pretty decent year out there as far as the statistics are concerned. they did work this filly once since that last race. That was at the Churchill Downs Training Center, 4 furlongs in 49 flat on July 14th. So she comes in here looking very, very sharp to me. She's a nice, well-rounded type, so she suits the 7 furlongs. I would probably say she's anywhere between a 7 furlong to a mile type of a horse, just physically how she looks, but she's a dappled gray. Her coat is certainly very, very nice and healthy here. She was one of the first to arrive in the paddock and spent quite a bit of time walking around, a true professional for a 3-year-old filly, so mentally and physically, she certainly does fit the bill for that. Again, this is the start of the early pick for 50 cents for that base wager as the riders get a leg up and horses are headed out to the racetrack for race number 2 at Ellis Park.
Horses stepping trackside for the second race here at Ellis Park. Race number 2 starts the pick 4. It is a filly mare non to 3, 30 Clamorer, open 3-year-old 30. 7 furlongs out of the chute on the main. Number 1, Beverly's Charge is a scratch. Again, late scratch number 1, Beverly's Charge. 7 left to go, win, play, show. Exact to try, super daily double. Again, starts at pick 3 and starts the early pick 4 in just 4 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Less than a minute left to make those wagers here for the second race. Starting that pick 4, filly and mare Claimer to go 7 furlongs. Mohey Lady coming up at 8-1. Favorite 8-5. Nana's Gray to the outside. The Gray English, a daughter of English Channel. Chris Amy, who's off to a good start this meeting. Catch Us If You Can. In Murgatroyd. For the next two. Waiting on the Gray, Nana's Gray. For the Social Club stable to the outside. They're at the post. And they are racing. Awkward beginning for Murgatroyd, who broke in a tangle in his last. Nana's Gray is first. Up top also, there goes Catch Us If You Can. And down on the inside, English, as they leave the chute and they straighten up the main course. From between horses, now it is World of Wonder. Nana's Gray to the outside, to the inside, Catch Us If You Can. English is down on the inside, then 2 lengths further back to Sweet Confusion, still a length. Back to Mohey Lady and Murgatroyd after that awkward start is last, but they start to bunch up. Just outside a half mile to go. 6 lengths top to bottom, the quarter, 23-1. Moderate fractions up top being set by World of Wonder. World of Wonder shows the way. Up on the extreme outside, it is English. Now down along the inside, Catch Us If You Can is dropped back a couple placings. Half mile, 46-2. Outside, a quarter to go. And World of Wonder shows the way. Sweet Confusion up to the outside is second. Nana's Gray is tracking from third as they race around the turn, top of the home stretch. In World of Wonder, the daughter of Liam's Maps, the one to come and get. And World of Wonder off the turn is opened up by 2. Nana's Gray has switched down to the inside underneath Sweet Confusion. Then it is English who is fourth, and everybody else is chasing World of Wonder. World of Wonder with 50 yards to go is home and cooled. First off the claim win here for Hartman. World of Wonder gathered up in the end, won by about 5. Then it was Sweet Confusion, Nana's Gray, and English. Judges posting the top 4 finishers in race 2 to kick off the pick 4. Winner number 7, World of Wonder. Second, number 5, Sweet Confusion. Third, number 8, Nana's Gray. And fourth, the 3, English. 7-5-8-3. Into the winner's circle, number 7, World of Wonder. A 4-year-old dark bay brown daughter of Liam's Map out of the Tis Wonderful mare, named Wonderful Adventure. The winner's owned partnership by JD Thoroughbreds, LLC of Jackie Rojas, the Big Bear Racing of Nicholas Petroskas, and Salvatore Dodaro. The winning trainer, Chris Hartman. And the winning jockey, Mitchell Merle. World of Wonder, she's now a 3-time winner. First start at Ellis was a winning one. And she covered the 7 furlongs out of the chute in 1 minute 23.09 seconds. World of Wonder, 586, 390 in the middle, 266 to show. $1 try was $26.70. The 50-cent variety, $13.35. The winning exacta was 7 and 5 for 50 cents, or for a dollar rather, $9.88. The double 1-7, 38.22. Dime super $25.27. Race 3 is up next. Starts another rolling pick 3. It's sponsored by Run Happy. We'll head back to the turf, a mile and 1/8 on the firm turf. A field of 9 set to go. No program changes. Post time is in 21 minutes. And they are racing. Awkward beginning for Murgatroyd, who broke in a tangle in his last. Nana's Gray is first. Up top also, there goes Catch Us If You Can. And down on the inside, English, as they leave the chute and they straighten up the main course. From between horses, now it is World of Wonder. Nana's Gray to the outside, to the inside, Catch Us If You Can. English is down on the inside, then 2 lengths for the back to Sweet Confusion, still a length. Back to Mohey Lady and Murgatroyd after that awkward start is last, but they start to bunch up. Just outside a half mile to go. 6 lengths top to bottom, the quarter, 23 and 1. Moderate fractions up top being set by World of Wonder. World of Wonder shows the way. Up on the extreme outside, it is English. Now down along the inside, Catch Us If You Can is dropped back a couple placings. Half mile, 46 and 2, outside a quarter to go. And World of Wonder shows the way. Sweet Confusion up to the outside is second. Nana's Gray is tracking from third as they race around the turn, top of the home stretch. In World of Wonder, the daughter of Liam's Map's the one to come and get. And World of Wonder off the turn is opened up by 2. Nana's Gray has switched down to the inside underneath Sweet Confusion. Then it is English who is fourth, and everybody else is chasing World of Wonder. World of Wonder with 50 yards to go is home and cooled. First off the claim win here for Hartman. World of Wonder gathered up in the end, won by about 5. Then it was Sweet Confusion, Nana's Gray, and English.
Carefully crafted with Valencia orange peel, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery, but it looks best in our signature glass. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
Master horse racing with the power of daily racing forms, Formulator, the sport's most advanced handicapping tool featuring exclusive speed and pace figures, customizable data views, trainer patterns, and more. Formulator is now free for DRF Bets members. Sign up to get the best bonus in racing with a $250 deposit match and a $10 free bet. Go to drf.com/bet and use promo code WINNING to start playing like a pro today.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
I've seen him as I come in and out of here over many years, and he's always got a big smile. He's often there near the stable gate when we drive through, and he's always there waving.
I miss him. Sometimes I ride over to the front on my golf cart and just sit out in front of the grandstands and think of the old times and everything, and just hope that he would walk out from underneath the grandstand, you know. But he was just a true course.
Race number 3 coming up here at Ellis Park. We've got a 1.125 turf race, a maiden special weight event sponsored by our friends at Run Happy. So horses looking for their very first career victory. An active paddock here, a good size field for this maiden special weight event. My top selections originally went 4-7, but I will say the one horse definitely caught my eye here in the paddock, and especially with the way that some of them are acting. I wanted to make sure I pointed that out to you. We'll get to those in just a moment, but the 4 horse has to be the top pick for me. That is Heating for Jim Corrigan, kind of a lighter bodied colt. In fact, do note there are siblings in this race, half siblings in fact, have the same mother, and that is the 4 horse and also the 2. Daisy's Doc, also out of Carnival Kitten, as well as the 4 Heating. So we'll see how they do. One just a year older than the other. But Heating is a half to Channel Cat as well. He was a multiple graded stakes winner on turf. Won big races, including the Grade 1 Man of War, the Bowling Green at Saratoga. Again, a kind of a lighter body frame on some of these horses. But I thought that Heating looked like he certainly could really move forward off this, and he doesn't have to do too much. I mean, he finished second by a neck on debut at the distance of a mile on the grass, and then finished second by half a length at Hawthorne, going the mile and a 16th. But he seems like a horse that's really had some reasonable trouble and excuses for the races that he's been in. First race of his career, he was checked very, very badly. That says lost 3 lengths. I mean, losing that kind of momentum during the race, especially your first race, I think is really impactful for a horse. So this seems like the kind of field that he needs to really move forward. And I certainly thought that he made a nice appearance. Now, the 2 horse Daisy's Doc, I liked on paper quite a bit, but not as much from what I've seen in the paddock. He's really been acting up here. He's trained by Brendan Walsh and Vincent, Shumanon gets aboard here. This first start of the year for this gelding, and although the Brendan Walsh barn does win at 20% off of that kind of a layoff, I will say it seems like he's got to get his head in the game here. Physically, he's very fit. He does not carry an extra ounce of condition on him, and he's going to run for the first time for the Brendan Walsh barn. But I do have my reservations just because of how much he's been playing around here in the paddock. He's a really, really leggy type, so it seems like the more distance for him, the better as well. And we'll see if 1 1/8 is what will do it. He almost looks like one that needs to be kind of a marathon-looking type of a horse as far as the distance is concerned. Now the 7 is Bright Prospector. This one for Kenny McPeak, a lighter body frame on this gelding as well. He's going to run second start off a layoff. He probably needed that last out. Finished 4th last time at Churchill Downs. That was on the main track. He's never run on the grass before, but he has run on the synthetic at Turfway, and I think oftentimes that lends itself nicely to a smoother transition over to the grass. You can tell by both of where they've placed this horse and also by his body type that they thought the longer the better for this one. He's got legs for days, and he started off his career at the distance of a mile. He's gone as far as a mile and a 16th, both on the dirt and also that synthetic. So today could be his lucky day here if he's able to really relish that extra 16th of a mile, getting to the 1 1/8, and also, again, with the turf course for the first time. Physically, I was really impressed by the 1 Arch Ego for Tommy Drury, a really big-bodied 3-year-old gelding, and I'm not surprised that he made his start pretty late in the year as a 3-year-old in June. That was his first effort to go a mile over the main track at Churchill Downs. He finished 4th that day, so not a bad effort, just beaten by 4 lengths. But he probably is a horse that took a really long time to grow into himself just because of how much mass he has. He's got turf breeding as well. He's going to get that extra ground here. He's not a horse that's tried the grass before, obviously, with just that 1 start, but he is a half to Blame the Frog, who was grade 3 placed on the turf at Kentucky Downs. So he does have that turf breeding within his pedigree. And I think they've been sitting on a big performance because that last workout on July 21st over 4 furlongs was really pretty slow. I don't think they wanted to do too much with him. I think they pretty much had him ready on that July 6th work, 4 furlongs in 47 3. So I think he's really well spotted in here, and I'd probably sub my 2 selection for the 1 with those picks. Race number 3, horses are headed out to the racetrack for the next event. Best of luck.
Horses up on the track for the third race from Ellis Park. Race number 3, post time in 5 minutes, sponsored by Run Happy. A field of 9 to go in here. Please note in here, number 7, Bright Prospector, was not treated with Lasix today. Again, number 7, Bright Prospector, did not get treated with Lasix, nor will he run on Lasix. Mile and 8th on a firm turf. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double starts at pick 3. Post time is in 5 minutes. The field for the third race from Ellis Park, crossing on over the turf course, sponsored by Run Happy Maiden Special Weight. For a purse of $60,000 to go a mile and eighth on a firm turf rail set to 0. Here on Jeff Hall Memorial Stakes Day. Field of 9 to start another pick 3. Bright Prospector into line. The blue Shadow Row White Silks. Heating. 3-1. Into line. Heating the chestnut there with the big white blaze up and in. Waiting on Magnificus. He's in. They're at the post. And they are racing at Ellis. Good start for Prince of Glory. Also, Arch Ego was quick into stride. Bright Prospector off the gate forwardly placed as well. Daisy's Dock now punching up between horses. Midnight Raid right there, 5th. Shogun Warrior away in 6th. Hard held there, about 2 lengths off those leaders. Heating, it came away racing in 7th. The 2 back markers, Habitus and Magnificus is 9th in, trailing into the first turn. About 7 furlongs to go. 9 lengths cover the lot, and Arch Ego, the son of Blame, comes on through to dictate terms. Prince of Glory is tracking out in the clear from second. Down on the inside, it is Heating. Bright Prospector right there, keen to go on for Brian, trying to get him to settle as Daisy's Dock stocks that quartet from 5th as they turn up the backside. Just about 5.5 furlongs to go. Then racing down on the inside is Heating, who's about 6.5 lengths off the lead. Advancing to the outside of that one is Midnight Raid, still 4 or 5 back to Habitus and Magnificus. Races a pair, but they are 8th and 9th with a half mile to go. The quarter, not all that fast, 24.93 seconds. A half was 49 and 2. Into the turn, 3.5 furlongs to go. Down along the inside, it's still Arch Ego, still being pressed intently by Prince of Glory. 3 wide is Bright Prospector. The chestnut in the gray silks moves a closer third. Up the inside, Shogun Warrior is 4th, but he has absolutely nowhere to go as they race around the turn. He's covered up by Daisy's Dock from the backfield, starting to roll, but went way wide there. Is Heating. He's out in the parking lot near the water tower, top of the home stretch. Here's Bright Prospector. Up and after Arch Ego, still fighting on from between horses is Prince of Glory. Still waiting room. Shogun Warrior's locked and loaded. Now he switches off Bright Prospector's heels for some clear running as it's wide open with a 16th to go. Bright Prospector on a tenuous lead. Shogun Warrior is loose. Shogun Warrior to Bright Prospector photo. I think the blue Shadow Roll of Bright Prospector may have got his nose down, but it was a 4-horse photo. Bright Prospector on the 3 wide side. Shogun Warriors to the outside. And the 2 pace setters was fighting on there. Arch Ego and Prince of Glory. A photo for win in 1:49 and 1. Once again, photo finish. The placing judge is calling for a photo for win. What a thrilling finish into the third race at Ellis. And number 7, Bright Prospector, did fight on to win at 5-1 odds. Second, number 3, Shogun Warrior. Finishing third, the 6, Prince of Glory. And fourth, number 1, Arch Ego. 7-3-6-1. 7-3-6-1. You'll see on your monitors, sponsored by Run Happy. A really thrilling stretch run here in the final stages. 4 horses across the course, separated by maybe a head for the win. You'll see the winner, the Chestnut, with the blue shadow roll there, as the 3, Shogun Warrior, charging up to the outside. That's the 6 in the middle with the white ball in the cap. But here's the wire, and right there you'll see the 7 digging down deep in that really tight photo, one of the tightest photos involving that many of horses here at the meeting. 7-3-6-1 unofficial. Into the Jeff Hall winner's circle. Here's number 7, Bright Prospector. The 4-year-old chestnut gelded son is by California Chrome out of the Broken Vow mare named Academic Break. The winner carried the gray and white silks of Barry Fowler, trained by Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. The winning jockey, Bright Prospector, breaks maiden here, start number 8. Well handled by Brian. Covered the 1 1/8 on turf in 1:49.26 seconds. And now the third is official. Race number 3 from Ellis official. The winner, $13.68, 616 and 3 4s for the show money. The exacta was 7-3, a $1 exacta, $25.89. The winning trifecta is 7-3-6. That's 104.78. Thank you. The 50-cent try, 104.78. The daily double, pair of 7s. $19.76. The pick 3, 177, $112.20. The superfecta was 7-3-6-1, and the dime superfecta with that winning combination of 7-3-6-1 does return $83.64. Race number 4 from Ellis Park is up next in 22 minutes. Race number 4, Scratch the 3, Port Royal, and number 12, Thatch. The 3 and 12 withdrawn from the 4th, a mile in the main. The Winslow Eagles, 26-46 in memory of Joe Rubble here for the 4th race in 22 minutes. Good luck. And they are racing at Ellis. Good start for Prince of Glory. Also, Arch Ego was quick into stride. Bright Prospector off the gate, forwardly placed as well. Daisy's Dock now punching up between horses. Midnight Raid right there, 5th. Shogun Warrior away in 6th. Hard held there, about 2 lengths off those leaders. Heating, it came away racing in 7th. The 2 back markers, Habitus and Magnificus, is 9th and trailing into the first turn. About 7 furlongs to go. 9 lengths cover the lot, and Arch Ego, the son of Blame, comes on through to dictate terms. Prince of Glory is tracking out in the clear from 2nd. Down on the inside, it is Heating. Bright Prospector right there, keen to go on for Brian, trying to get him to settle as Daisy's Dock stocks that quartet from 5th as they turn up the backside. Just about 5.5 furlongs to go. Then racing down on the inside is Heating, who's about 6.5 lengths off the lead. Advancing to the outside of that one is Midnight Raid, still 4 or 5 back to Habitus and Magnificus races a pair, but they are 8th and 9th with a half mile to go. The quarter, not all that fast, 24.93 seconds. A half was 49 and 2. Into the turn, 3.5 furlongs to go. Down along the inside, it's still Arch Ego, still being pressed intently by Prince of Glory. 3 wide is Bright Prospector. The Chestnut and the Gray Silks moves a closer third. Up the inside, Shogun Warrior is fourth, but he has absolutely nowhere to go as they race around the turn. He's covered up by Daisy's Doc from the backfield, starting to roll, but went way wide there. Is Heating's out in the parking lot near the water tower, top of the home stretch. Here's Bright Prospector. Up and after Archigo, still fighting on from between horses is Prince of Glory. Still waiting room. Shogun Warrior's locked and loaded. Now he switches off Bright Prospector's heels for some clear running as it's wide open with a 16th to go. Bright Prospector on a tenuous lead. Shogun Warrior is loose. Shogun Warrior to Bright Prospector photo. I think the blue shadow roll of Bright Prospector may have got his nose down, but it was a 4-horse photo. Bright Prospector on the 3 wide side, Shogun Warriors to the outside, and the 2 pace setters was fighting on there, Archigo and Prince of Glory. A photo for win in 1:49 and 1.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
When I got here, I didn't have a lot of friends, and the first one I really made and the one I value the most is Jeff Hall. I would make it a habit to come into his office every morning to have a cup of coffee because his energy and his enthusiasm would rub off on me and give me a good start to my day.
He meant so much to not only everybody that worked here, but everybody that worked in the barn area too, and that was probably his biggest favorite part of the year is when the horses are here. He'd spend, the mornings back there talking with the horsemen and just, even when they're going to him with problems, he was there, happy to see him, and they liked talking to him, and he was always the guy to get things done.
Some thrilling racing that we have had thus far at Ellis Park as we continue Heroes Weekend here. And of course, Jeff Hall Memorial Stakes coming up for you later. But the past couple of races have been exciting. Here's the photo from race number 3. You can see not much between the top two finishers there. Watching the replay, I really wasn't sure if the 3 had gotten the nose down or if the 7 held out. Certainly glad the 7 at a nice 5-to-1 price was able to get the job done for Kenny McPeak. There you go for the minor placings, the photos as well. Coming up next, race number 4, maiden claiming event for you here. Horses looking for their very first career victory. We'll see if it's another nice photo finish, but this one mile distance over that fast main track, and a nice field of horses, a really good size as well. 9, 8, and 1 was how I saw it with those top 3 selections. The 9 horse included in here is Lead Actor for John Ortiz and Raylu Gutierrez. This horse getting a drop in class, maiden maiden special weight to maiden claiming, had one start on May 7th back at Oaklawn Park and finished 5th that day. Was off a little bit slow. I think probably just needed to have that racing experience, maybe a little bit more time in the mornings to sharpen up, and comes back here in a much easier spot, gets more distance to work with. So certainly think that Lead Actor has a solid chance to do well. Also liked the 8-horse Can't Hush This one owned by My Racehorse, a 3-year-old son of Not This Time. Tom Amos brings this entry here. Going to drop in class, maiden special weight to maiden claiming for the first time. And what I really like is that he was able to have a much improved effort with the added distance. Started off at 6 furlongs at Churchill Downs and also at Fairgrounds before stretching out to 1 mile and a 16th at Indiana. And I think that additional ground was really, really helpful for him to get into the game. I don't know that he had the precocity to keep up with some of those younger horses in the shorter distance races. So this 1-turn mile here at Ellis Park I think will be perfect for him because he just kind of tired at the end of that 1 mile and a 16th at Indiana. So it certainly seems like these conditions are going to be ideal for him. He gets the services of Edgar Morales, who rides well for this barn, for the Tom Amos barn. They win together at 24% of the time. 3-year-old son of Not This Time, Can't Hush This. The 1 horse is Chrome's Right for Eric Foster. Gerardo Corrales is in the irons here. This horse finished 2nd last time by just a neck against Maiden Claiming Company at Churchill Downs, going the 1-turn mile. Again, here at Ellis, we have kind of a 1.5-turn mile, if you will. A little bit of a different configuration, but I think it's a nice movement between the two. Horses that do well over the 1-turn mile, I think, tend to do well over this particular configuration. Now, I will say last time, just again, lost by that neck, but had a really tough start. Was off a little bit slow, squeezed there, and maybe not the best effort for him. So the fact that he was able to make up that ground, I think, is really important. And 2 races back, this is a horse that did well showing speed as well. So maybe the plan was to try to break this horse from the starting gate, get him to have that speed, put him into the race, and see where that carried him. But the fact that he was able to close after all of that trouble tells me he's quite a versatile type. He looks good in the paddock here. He is a son of California Chrome. Really well muscled type of a horse as well. A balanced one, I thought, between his hindquarters and his shoulders. Certainly looks like a miler to me, and well conditioned by the Eric Foster barn. Now the 2-horse, a big long shot here, Down to Business for Ben Colebrook, made a nice appearance. Really, really calm, cool, and collected as this one was walking around. Colby Hernandez to get them out here. Stretching back out to a route of ground. They have, in fact, tried this horse over 1 mile and a 16th, a mile distance at Churchill, all at the maiden special weight level. I think most importantly, the drop in class today is going to be the biggest factor for this gelding. But I will say, I just thought he made a nice appearance as he was going around. Certainly a fit horse, very well tucked up. And I much prefer, I think, this distance for him as opposed to maybe the 6 furlongs last time. He will run for the very first time for the Ben Colebrook barn, was previously trained by a different trainer up at Indiana and also at Belterra Park. So certainly coming to the barn of a trainer that's winning at the Ellis Park meet at 50% and on the year at 15% gives the horse maybe just a little bit of an improvement here to increase his chances to do well. So if you're looking for a value play to round out a super or maybe a show bet for you, that could be the long shot for you. But top selections for me, 9, 8, and 1 for the maiden claiming event for $30,000. Now this race does have plenty on your wagering menu, including win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and also a 50-cent pick 3 starts right here. Next race, race number 5, we'll see the start of the 50-cent pick 5 as well as the $3 all-turf pick 3 as well. So be sure to look out for those wagers. You can see tickets on the screen right there. I think an early look at some of those tickets, but the riders getting the leg up as the horses are headed out to the track for race number 4. Best of luck.
Up on the track for the fourth race. Fourth race, maiden claimers to go a mile. Scratch numbers 3 and 12. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super, daily double starts at pick 3. This race, named in memory of Joel Rubble in the Winslow Eagles 26-46. Post time in about 4 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. 2-1 on My Racehorses. Can't Hush This. Lead actor for Gary and Mary West. 3.5-1. Second choice loading in here. Down to business. Moving in. There goes Can't Hush This. Current 2-1 favorite. Locked up from the Amos barn. Alexis and Nico. There's the pink and black silks of Gary and Mary West on Ray Lou with lead actor. Here's the gray Extravagant. Peak and Brian looking for 2 straight here now. T-Money coming up. Scatter Shack will complete the load up to the outside. They're at the post. And they are off in the Winslow Eagles 26-46 race. And it was a good beginning for all. Quick into stride up on the extreme outside. There goes Can't Hush This. Out to set the pace. Thought right there alongside as well. 2 lengths further back, it's Chrome's Ride who races down towards the inside of T-Money, 3rd and 4th, as they turn up the backside. Then a margin of about 4 or 5 lengths back to Down to Business, who races right alongside Alexis and Nico as they head up the backside. And last away early, Extravagant. Up the backside they go, just outside 5 furlongs to travel. Can't Hush This. And Thought continue to do the business up top in front of T-Money and Chrome's Right, 3rd and 4th. Out in the clear, Scatter Shack is next. Bad Decisions right underneath that one against the fences. Down to Business. So length back to Alexis and Nico, who's cornering wide, and 4 or 5 back to lead actor. And at the back of the pack as they go on the far turn is Extravagant. 3 furlongs from the money. The quarter was 23 and 4, half mile 47 and 1. And it's Can't Hush This, who's opened up a length on Thought, who was there applying the heat. 3 lengths further back. Chrome's Right has moved into second. 3 wide comes T-Money as they race around the turn. A margin of 5 or 6 back to Scatter Shack. Top of the home stretch, and Can't Hush This comes off the turn in front by 2. Here's Chrome's Right on the attack to the outside, up in a clear-cut second. That's all for Thought, who's fighting from 3rd. 1 furlong to go, and Can't Hush This is still clear. Chrome's Right is lunging up to the outside. 1/16 left. Sound the bell. School is in. Can't Hush This. Chrome's Right attacking. You can't hush this. Can't Hush This wins by about a half a side over Chrome's Ride, who was second. A mile back to Thought, who was 3rd in 1:36 flat. Judges posting top 4 finishers. Number 8, Can't Hush This, was too legit to quit. Second, number 1, Chrome's Right. Third was the 7, Thought. And fourth, 11, Scatter Shack. 8-1-7-11. Into the winner's circle, number 8, Can't Hush This, a 3-year-old dark bear brown gelded son by Not This Time, out of the Awesome Again mare named All Hush. The winner's owned by My Racehorse, trained by Tom Amos and Edgar Morales up top. Can't Hush This, pressed every step of the way, goes coast to coast here, cover the mile 136 flat. Can't Hush This now breaks the maiden here in start number 5 and goes off at 5-2 odds here for race 4 in memory of the late Joel Rubble, sponsored by the Winslow Eagles 2646. Can't Hush This, joined in the winner's circle by Joel De La Cruz here. Race number 4, 8-1-7-11, unofficial. Again, the presentation in the winner's circle. Making the blanket presentation, Winslow Eagles 2646 in memory of Joel Rubble here for the 4th race at Ellis Park. And the 4th race is official, $7.06 to win, $3.88 in the middle, and $3.32 to show. Dime Super, $60.55. Exacta 1916, 50-cent try, $63.43. The Daily Double 22.21, pick 3, $44.40. The 5th race is up next. Race number 5 from Ellis Park in 21 minutes. Race number 5, sponsored by Run Happy, a mile on the turf. Changes, simply scratch the alsos 13 through 16. Race 5 up next. Win, play, show, exacta try, super double, pick 3. Starts the 50-cent pick 5, and you can get you a $3 all-turf pick 3 here as well in 21. Good luck. They're at the post, and they are off in the Winslow Eagles 2646 race. And it was a good beginning for all. Quick into stride up on the extreme outside. There goes Can't Hush This. Out to set the pace. Thought right there alongside as well. 2 lengths further back, it's Chrome's Right, who races down towards the inside of T-Money, 3rd and 4th, as they turn up the backside. Then a margin of about 4 or 5 lengths back to Down to Business, who races right alongside Alexis and Nico as they head up the backside. And last away early, Extravagant. Up the backside they go, just outside 5 furlongs to travel. Can't Hush This. In Thought continue to do the business up top in front of T-Money and Chrome's Right, 3rd and 4th. Out in the clear, Scatter Shack is next. Bad Decisions right underneath that one against the fences. Down to Business. Still linked back to Alexis and Nico, who's cornering wide, and 4 or 5 back to Lead Actor. And at the back of the pack as they go on the far turn is Extravagant. 3 furlongs from the money. The quarter was 23 and 4, half mile 47 and 1. And it's Can't Hush This, who's opened up a length on Thought, who was there applying the heat. 3 lengths further back. Chrome's Right has moved into 2nd. 3 wide comes T-Money as they race around the turn. A margin of 5 or 6 back to Scatter Shack. Top of the home stretch, and Can't Hush This comes off the turn in front by 2. Here's Chrome's Right on the attack to the outside, up in a clear-cut 2nd. That's all for Thought, who's fighting from 3rd. 1 furlong to go, and Can't Hush This is still clear. Chrome's Right is lunging up to the outside. 1/16 left. Sound the bell. School is in. Can't Hush This. Chrome's Right attacking. Oh. You can't hush this. Can't Hush This wins by about a half a side over Chrome's Right, who was 2nd, a mile back to Thought, who was 3rd in 136 flat.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Henderson captures what's inside you. Nature and history are its backdrop. Always familiar, but never the same. So, what's your nature?
When we started having our virtual commission meetings, Jeff would text me the cool sunglass emoji every meeting and tell me to smile, remind me. So I miss him professionally a lot and personally as well.
He's got a favorite uncle growing up, and that was Jeff. Need somebody to point you in the right direction. Jeff was always the guy. He's the go-to guy on everything. And I'm sure people that weren't around a racetrack that knew him personally, not at a racetrack, I'm sure he was their go-to guy too. I'm positive he was their go-to guy. He was everybody's go-to guy. You know, no matter what you needed, back to the left-handed purple monkey wrench. He never would end something with I can't do it. He'd go one step further. Let's try it this way.
Race number 5 coming up here at Ellis Park as we take a look at the horses in the paddock. 11 minutes to go until post time. 1 mile the distance on the turf course. And this is a maiden special weight race for $60,000 brought to us by our friends at Run Happy, and a full field of horses as well. I mean, I know we had to take top 3 to start off this race, and I went 1, 2, and 3 for those top picks. But honestly, I could make a case for a number of these horses in here, and there are certainly a lot of horses that physically I thought were very impressive as well. Talk about the one horse first, just coming out of the saddling stalls a little bit there. That was my top selection, Mayfield Strong, mostly because this is a horse that has had experience versus some first-time starters, and oftentimes that can be a big help just because mentally they're aware of what their job is, you know, what's going to happen here, and physically too, especially for horses that maybe aren't the best workhorses in the morning. Having that race in the afternoon can help tighten them up just a little bit. So I thought that Mayfield Strong on paper, given that that horse has had that start, would be one to look at. Now I will say I was struck by the 2-horse, very impressive look here, Mamba Forever, 2-year-old son of West Coast, who's absolutely gorgeous. He's walking around with his neck bowed here. He looks like one that has a good step to him as well. And you know, you can only tell so much by when a horse walks, of course, but I think he's got a lot of reach to him. He's got a lot of front action, which I like. He kind of flicks out his toe a little bit, and I tend to try to look for that in turf horses, and obviously we are talking about a turf race here. He has not had a start before, as I mentioned, going to make the debut today, but he's had a series of good workouts at Keeneland, including quite a few gate works too. He maybe has just a little bit of that baby fat on him, a tiny bit, but still he does look like a horse that has some good muscling. So interested to see what Mamba Forever is able to do today. He is from the first crop sire West Coast there, and his mother was a multiple graded stakes place on both dirt and turf, so he certainly looks like a horse that may be able to go in any direction. Trained by Kenny McPeak, ridden by Brian Hernandez today. They do very well when they team up. So that's the 2-horse there, Mamba Forever. Now the 3, Mendelssohn Joy. We saw Mendelssohn get his first North American winner here at Ellis Park just a couple of weeks ago. This 2-year-old colt is trained by Brendan Walsh. Vincent Chaminade gets the call here today. Had a start already as well. Slated for the turf. That race was run 5 furlongs on the grass. He gets the grass again here today, but some longer distance. Just wasn't able to really do much running over that 6 furlongs. I think they went too quick for him. He didn't seem to have that precocity that some of those young turf sprinters might have. So this distance, he might just be able to take a breath a little bit, be able to kind of keep up with them and make more of an impact here for Brendan Walsh. With maidens making their second start, surprisingly, Brendan Walsh only wins at 10% there, but that barn is on fire at the Ellis Park meet. So definitely a horse that I took a look at. Now the 2 horses on the outside, both trained by Steve Asmussen, the 11 Discovery Peak and the 12 Auto Glide, I thought were both impressive here. They're both going to be making the debut, but Steve Asmussen, so talented with young horses, with first-time starters, wins at 11%, but certainly it seems like more than that. And 2-year-old horses wins at 16%. Both of these ones made a nice appearance. The 11 saddled first, and then the 12, who's a little bit taller than the 11. I'd say the 11 horse Discovery Peak, a little scopier maybe. Certainly looks to me like a miler, whereas the 12 Auto Glide, he just has a different body type. He's a little bit of a lighter frame to him, but both horses I thought pretty impressive. Interested in the 8 Oscar Award and the 7 as well. Like I said, this is the competitive group, and the start of the 50-cent pick 5 and the $3 all-turf pick 3 right here in race 5.
On the track for the 5th race, sponsored by Run Happy. These are maiden 2-year-olds going for a purse of $60,000. 1 mile on a firm turf rail set to 0. Full gate of 12 to go here. Simply take out the also eligibles, 13, 14, 15, 16. One place show, exacta, trifecta, double wagering, pick 3 on races 5, 6, 7, 50-cent pick 5 on the final 5, and that $3 all-turf pick 3 for races 5, 7, and 9. 5th race, sponsored by Run Happy, will be at the gate in 6 minutes. Approaching the gate here for the 5th race, sponsored by Run Happy. Less than a minute for the 5th. Full field of 12 to go a mile on the turf. These are maiden 2-year-olds. All the early money showed up on the 7 Oscar Eclipse. Continues to get support at the windows, 2.5 to 1, as Mayfield Strong crossing on over. Mamba Forever being let in by Caleb Hayes. Wayne taking Oscar Eclipse in. Mendelssohn Joy moving in. Here's George coming up with Overly Doro into line. Fast Bite and Cambiaso, the next two. Fast Bite to Katie Ritz Silks. Partners with Gerardo Corrales, 22 to 1. Discovery Peak for the Winchell Thoroughbreds moving in. Calumet Farms Auto Glide to the shows way. Auto Glide to the outside now. Mayfield Strong kicks out for clear running, and here he comes with giant strides. Mayfield Strong, the center, will take charge, opening up with authority. Late on the scene, Labor's running a big one, and Oscar Ward from the backfield. Mayfield Strong wins, gathered up in the end by about a length and a half. Photo between Labor and Oscar Ward. Then late on the scene come Oscar Eclipse in the running time, a 1:35 and 4. Mayfield Strong in start 2 puts it all together at 9 to 5 to win it. Crowding at the start there, as you see on the head-on, but the unofficial order of finish has been posted. Number 1, Mayfield Strong was the winner. Second, number 6, Laver. Third was the 8, Oscar Award. And fourth, number 12, Auto Glide. 1, 6, 8, 12. Entering the winner's circle, number 1, Mayfield Strong. 2-year-old Chestnut Colt by Will Take Charge out of the Sky Mesa mare named Karen Hosa. The winner's owned by 3 Chimneys Farm LLC, trained by Kenny McPeak and Corey Lannery, the winning jockey. Mayfield Strong stretching out and trying the turf. Wins here impressively. Takes money late at 9-5, returns $5.86, $3.48 in the middle, and $3.28 for the show money. Exacta 43.21, 50-cent try 139.69. The double 15.43, pick 3 $64.77, pick 4 177 and a nickel, pick 5 $1,959.99, consolation 405 25.27, dime super $384.63. Race number 6 is up next in 21 minutes, sponsored by Reddish Brothers Farm. The Reddish Brothers will be here for that blanket presentation following the 6th race. And in the upcoming 6th race, there are a couple of changes. Number 3, Frosted Grace, has been scratched. Also, number 6, Big Lake, is scratched. 6th race, numbers 3 and 6 are out. Race 6 starts late pick 4 in 20 minutes. Good luck.